afternoon, good evening, everyone. And I'm Steve with Steve Builds. I've got a little bit of a problem. Can you guys hear a bunch of noise on my audio? Hate to start off the stream with problems, but how's everyone doing? Hopefully the sound is okay. I made a good. Hey, Steven, hey, Stuart, Squirrel Brain, Insanity, and Fridays. Gordon, how's everybody's Sunday? It is a funky sound. Man. Let me try something. I may need to fix something for a second. Give me a moment. Okay, how is this? Is that better? It's not going to sound the same, but is it better? Let's let the chat catch up. Okay, so I made a goof and forgot to charge my wireless setup. And I had heard that it's awful to charge while transmitting. So right now we are going to let this charge for a bit, and then I'll switch back to the lav mic once it's charged up. So let me get this all turned off. Let's see this guy here. Let me turn this off, plug it all into charge, and within probably about 30 minutes or so, I should be able to switch back and will sound a whole lot better. So let me turn all of this off so it can just charge while it's off. Okay. Everybody say hi to Charlie. Hey, Nathan. I'm missing a whole lot of people to say hi to, so let's just say hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. Tweak everything again. I'm a little flustered with that. I can't believe I forgot to charge it. So this is my little mic that external mic that sits there. It's a directional mic, I think. Sits on the camera right now. So yep. Hope everyone is doing well. So we are going to get back to the back to the rebuild and fix a few things on this Prusa MK3s. I did some small amount of sorting on the screws. Charlie is stepping all over them. So let me set those over here. New place for him to step on them. It's really coming in pretty well there, Steven. So is this mic better than the Rode mic? The problem with this one is it doesn't follow me. So if I turn around and keep talking and forget to talk towards the mic, it's not gonna pick up as well. So I'm glad though. It's a good backup. So it doesn't, I'm not completely hosed. Okay. Got my morning coffee thanks to the container from the Czechoslovak community. Thank you, Sanity and Richard and Pavel and Tomas. Just an FYI, Steve, I had to replace my heat bed thermistor because the cable broke. Maybe you might want to replace it either way. I'm not going to replace if it's not broken. Not right now. We can always repair it later. So. Hi, Thomas. So something else that we were missing last week, but something very important to a Prusa build, right? You guys can guess one of the most important components for a Prusa build. I'll give you a second. See if you can get it. We talked about it last stream that we were missing. I think it's probably about 107.2% better. Yeah, 0.2. Yeah, we'll switch back to the lav mic when it's charged up. So although I have some very tasty treats that the Czech and Slovak community sent me, I got in the mail this week, which is very timely and very quick. And it's not gummy bears, but I do have some Haribos. Charlie, what are you doing? So, yay! We can do a proper Prusa build now. But however, I need to open this, and I need to pick out a selection of them because these go to my wife. So give me a second. Let me pick out a selection. I don't know what different things are in here, but that's probably good. So we get to dip into those and make this a proper build. So let's just set those right there. So give me just a second and go hand these up. So, one of the streams coming up, I'm going to revisit, get an update, see what the state of the Euclid probe whole setup and printed parts and macros are. And the creator of the Euclid sent me one, and he included in that, because he was watching the last stream, he included the Haribos in there. So I thought that was really neat. No, Charlie should not eat those. Those would probably, I don't want to see those later. Okay. We left, so the problems we had discovered last stream. Hi, Russell from Australia. One of the problems we discovered last stream is one of the bearings was eating into the top X rod. And I think I found the one. I went through all the bearings, I cleaned them, I re-greased them, and then I ran them on another rod to see how they felt, and then sorted them best to worst. And I have enough that are good, good to great. So, but several of them I have discarded. We'll start with, let's grab this one. Several of them had the seal, the lip on the seal. So around, let's see if I can get a pointing device. Around this inner ring, there should be a lip there, and that lip had worn off. So I just immediately discarded those that had the lip worn off. Hi, Russell. This one right here, I didn't clean off because it was, I believe, the bearing that's responsible for the grooves in the rod, because it was super rough, and you can see that reddish brown color. It was rusty. So any coating on the bearings had worn off in that and caused those grooves in the rod. This one's super rough. It's just going in the trash. So I think that was the cause of it. I have a good set of bearings to install today. So, hi, David. DJ Natty and Angie. I'm looking for I keep worrying about the lav mic falling back, so I'm looking for it, but I realize it's not on because it's charging. Nick, I have most of these are just the ones that came with a Prusa. I do have some. The ones that I'm going to put on the x-axis are made in Vietnam. I'm pretty sure I bought these off of Masumi. I don't remember what brand they are. In TK, or does anybody recognize any of that? I don't remember. But they rend smooth and they're nice. In GK? Is that one? Something like that. Charlie is going to be a treat today. I'm not going by any order here. And we're just going to kind of work on this and chat and THK. Thank you. That is what I was trying to think of. THK. So when we left off, we were assembling the tool head. So maybe we'll finish that. And Charlie is going to be right in the middle of everything. I think this is our life now. Our streaming life. NGK is spark plugs. You're right. That's why it was in my mind. Hi, BBs. Hi, Kirk. Charlie is right in the center. Okay. Let's go to our instructions. We put the, was I supposed to put the back on the, oh, I am. Okay. I think I can do that right now. We're gonna run that, and does that get a screw on it to hold it in? Yes. It's those two to hold it in. Okay. We have this part, which did I put? Oh, it told me to put screws and square nuts here. I missed this part, so we need to put some screws and square nuts in here. Charlie is always the star. Now we're gonna have to be careful. Some of these don't fit so super tight, so they may be easy to fall out. Go, and hex nuts. Those go in there like that. Must be, but let me pull those in with a screw from the other side, I guess. Hi, Pavel. Oh, there he goes. Now I need to knock everything out. Where do you find those? Let's see here. I don't want this to rip. So I'm just using a screw from this side to pull that nut into place. That worked well. Number 2. We got everybody here from the Czech and Slovak community. Oop. There we go. Let Charlie out real quick. Oh crap. Uh-oh. We got a problem. We got a real problem. This might be a game-breaking problem. I should have known better. Here's the problem. These stainless screws, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix this. How do I get that out? They like to bind, to gall to each other. And I was using it to pull a stainless screw to pull that stainless nut into the part, and it bound up, and now it's stripping. How am I going to fix this? We may be starting a print and hoping it finishes in time and coming back to this, because this is buried in there and bound up. Yep, that is not coming apart. Okay. Switching gears. Adapting, switching gears. We are going to set up a print. What are we going to print on? We will print on the orange trident here. So let me prepare that. It's not going, this wasn't from the ES15. I can't get pliers in there. I can't get anything in there. That's the screw and nut that have galled together. I should have used a steel screw to pull that into place. I can't get anything in. I would have to drill it out from this side and then maybe pop it out. But I can't get anything in there without destroying the printed part. See, that's buried in there. I got the other one in fine. I should have known better. I think we can print this. We can find plenty of things to do here and get that printed and at least get it moving. So we're going to take a sidetrack to that, and we're going to take an additional sidetrack to show you some parts I've been printing. So I showed the 3D set stuff to a couple of friends, and they decided that they had to have a buggy. So I'm printing a bunch of parts for buggies and Minxes. So this is, I'm going to try some of these in ABS. So this is KVP's British Racing Green ABS. And this is some of the, I haven't tried to pull this apart, but this is some of the built-in supports. Yeah, those come. The modeled in supports are really nice. Yeah, that turned out really good. Oh, yeah. So I pulled these off of here so I could get the bed heating. Pull these off. These are test prints to see how well this is gonna print. They look to be going pretty good. Okay. They won't be sitting outside in the sun long enough for any UV protection to be an issue. So let's go to a few things here. So let's go to a new page and VT orange. I do this on the orange trident. Get the thing preheating. I'm also going to increase the nozzle temperature so I can remove the old filament. No, I have to swap the filament, so. Oh, no, regular black is what I'm looking for. Some black ABS. So this has nothing to do with the head of the screw stripping. What's happening is the two stainless steel parts have galled together and have basically stuck. Hi, Cigaretta. Hi, Derek. I don't know who I've said hi to. Hi, Yuan. Okay. Where are we at? That's heating up. I am going to sample a gummy while I wait. Yeah, this is, the more I move this back and forth, the more it's going to deform the plastic around the hex nut. So I don't want to do that. I want to see, well, maybe I'll try grabbing a drill bit and drilling through. I just need a 3mm. And see if I can do this slow enough and easy enough that it doesn't catch and force that to spin. I do have a drill here. Hold on. That is heating up. The bed's almost to temperature. So let's do an unload of the filament since that's ready. Put this aside. Grab this. Take a look at the Masumi bearings. Look at the same logo on my bearings. Okay. I bought them from Masumi. I thought they were THK brand though, but it's been so long, I have no idea. Hi, Johnny Boy Tech. I'm doing well. We are adapting. We are running into problems and adapting and getting past it. Set my load filament. It's going. Before drilling, hun the head to drive the nut out, then pliers and unscrew. I can't get to anything in this. So it is heat soaking. The printer that we're going to print that part on is heat soaking. So we're gonna give a token attempt at salvaging this part first. And then we are going to move on to other parts of the printer while it prints. We can make progress. I am going to try this, and I think I'm gonna put you guys on mute just to spare your ears. So give me friction. That might be fun. I think we're gonna end up just printing this part. I can't get enough bite on it. Maybe my drill bit isn't sharp enough. I was hoping to drill through to where I can pop the head off and then push it out the other way, but it's getting hot really quick. Friction. F for friction. So let's move on. This is going to warm up. Let me extrude a little bit. Purge that line. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera on this printer yet. I wish I would have done that. Friction's a terrible thing. So we're just gonna move on. And it is a lesson learned. Don't pull those nuts into place with another stainless steel screw. I have had that happen far too many times to have a good excuse why I let that happen again. So anything I do to that is going to generate too much heat, going to deform that part, and I'm probably going to be better off reprinting it anyway. So we will just roll with it. Okay, let me get this print job started. I'm not set up right here. I want to do all the same settings I did on the other stuff. Nothing is going to, WD-40 on the thread, nothing is going to work here. This is a lost, I think this is a lost cause. So that's okay. Well, I did talk about it last week. That's why that's even worse that I let it happen today. But we'll move on. Give me a second. We are going to work on every other bits. We can put the Z on, we can put the Y on, at least we can put the steppers on, because then we can bring the X-axis in from the top. Get all this going. Let me go to the other computer and start the print job. Okay, it says 2 hours, so we'll see what that means. Nah, I don't want to. I mean, this we don't have the stuff, first of all. You're not going to use this existing frame stuff for a switch wire. So this will be good. Hi, Austin. Thanks for subscribing. Looking into building a Voron 2.4. What are your thoughts on something like the Formbot kit versus self-sourcing the parts? So I don't know what the latest is on Formbot kits. My only recommendation, it's universal. Doesn't matter if it's an LDO kit, a Fazzetic kit, Formbot kit, Magic Studios, whatever. Make sure that you know what's being included, especially in the important spots like the SSR, the silicone bed heater. Make sure that's a name brand. That kind of stuff. Make sure that they actually list the specifics of what they're including, and then you can make a determination from there what your best value is for a kit versus self-source. Is this a ghost stream? I don't know what that reference is. So, Ari, I can't cut a slot in this because where it's binding, it's not the screw head. I didn't strip out the head of the screw. It galled. The two stainless steel parts galled together and basically cold welded themselves together. The problem, so the concern here, David, Formbot is okay. Now I completed one. SSR is Omron. SSR is Omron today. Is it an Omron tomorrow? So, and I'm not saying that you don't want to buy those. I say check. See what they're currently including. I mean, all of them are going to switch parts. Doesn't matter who it is. If it's LDO, if it's Formbot, if it's any of those. Over time, they're going to switch parts. Supplies, maybe something different comes out. Maybe they get a bit better deal at this other supplier. You just want to know what they're including. Okay, so that is warming up. We've got about 8 minutes of heat soak on it now. Let's give it a few more, and then I'm just going to go with it. So we are going to switch over to the y-axis. Got the, let's see. Let's go back. Let's go back. And we're going to do the y-axis assembly. Yeah, Steven, I don't... Anybody out there is going to be able to produce a good kit. Some of them, all of the parts may be fine. I'm just saying, check. Hey, Renee. Let's see here. The frame is already assembled. So we're going to leave that. I'm going to get all the way down to the feeder on, and we're going to prepare the Y-belt idler. Pieces. Now, one of the things that I noted in the last time stream is there's a pretty significant, you can't hear this. I can't even hear it, but I can feel it. So I just put a driver in here and I'm just turning it and I can feel bumps, significant bumps. Light bumps are probably okay. There's significant bumps in the bearings. So, and I think that was on both of them. One of them was worse than the other. So I happen to have factory Prusa idlers there that we're going to use instead. Just from my previous builds. I already checked them last week and they were much better. Yeah. Self-sourcing can get really expensive because of shipping. Shipping prices add up quick. So we're going to use those two. So we'll just grab one of them. And we need a M3 by 18. These guys. Yep. M3 by 18. Couple of hex nuts. I'm gonna grab a steel screw so I can pull these in. Hold on. She used an EDM to get that bolt out. It gets super hot. I think that's the most reasonable suggestion I've heard so far. Is an EDM. Those are just pushed in. There's no reason to pull those in from the other side. We have an 18 and a lock nut. Lock nut on one side. Is there a specific? So, woo. Okay, so that is good. You know, I thought about that, Stephen. I thought about what would it take to replace the captured nuts in every spot feasible on a Prusa with a heat set insert, and what would that do to the screw length bomb? Would it simplify it? Would it make it worse? I didn't have the energy to go through that. We got those. And we're going to put that on with, what are they? M3 by 10s. And then we're going to get that set up. Okay. So I'm just going to go on with M3 by 10s. Does this go? I think it's the dot to the top. Yeah. There's a dot on the printed part. It goes to the top. Y stepper, and this is the old part. Pull this off. Yeah, I absolutely see the appeal and agree on the kits now, just because everything else, I mean, I think I spent a few $100s in shipping only when I sourced my first Voron. Just the message is always the same. Let's just make sure you know what's being included. I got a Bolt Depot order in this week. I ordered all the fasteners for my RC buggy. Yep, Ken, I got dot up. Hi, Gary. That one can stay down there. I don't need it anymore. So yes, all the parts I printed in ABS. I printed all the replacement parts in ABS. Hobbyist notes, how's Revo compared to Dragon High Flow? You can't compare them. The Revo's not a high flow nozzle. So at the flows that are within the limits of the Revo, it's equivalent. The value add to the Revo system is the nozzle changing setup and the flexibility on the cold side and the different options that are out there. Yes, the plan is to do a buggy stream series. I'm getting ramped up for it, both motivationally and starting to print parts. I've got a little problem with print quality on my Legacy. I think I showed it before. I'm getting some rough extrusion on long extrudes. I haven't figured out how to correct that yet. How does this? We got the Y-axis motor. We need to put the screws in there. Couple of hex nuts, I mean. Well, that one fell and I have to retrieve it. Revo's maxed out near 18 cubic millimeters per second. E3D specs it at 10. Yeah, Stefan at CNC Kitchen just did a nice video on the Revo. What I want to find out is what orientation they want this to go on the stepper. We put the wire down or the wire back. There we are. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. It goes like that. You see all those Voron 2 parts that Stefan showed in that video? Well, I don't know what the minimum, especially for ASA, for chamber temp for ASA parts. I know my chambers, and I need to get this started. My chamber temps are between 50 and 60 C typically, and it does fine. Let me get this print started. On a Z tilt and then start the print. This will probably end up going to a third part, but it might be, I might have to do another weekday part. We'll see. Or on Revo plus an abrasive capable nozzle, I'm guessing. Yeah, I agree. I want a Obexian, however you say that, version of that nozzle. That is doing its thing. Okay, we're about ready to start that print. I wish I would have put the camera on that, but oh well. Hey, Scott. There. These are gonna basically go in the garbage pile. That's going, so now we can start the print. Okay. Back to the Y-axis. What do we got next? We're gonna install this with 3x10s, and then we'll get on to the Y carriage. kind of feel. Seems pretty level. Oh, this guy. And no, I'll hold off. I'll go through those Haribos way too quick if I dig into them willy-nilly. So I printed clips for the Y bearings. I don't recall, and I don't recall which ones I downloaded. But we're just going to use them. So their instructions, what is this? Back to the lubricant, which is intended for maintenance. Well, I've already lubed all the bearings. I did that off camera. And then correct bearing orientation. They want them all in that. So the bearings in these LM bearings there's 4 tracks, and they're opposed to each other. So there's a track here, track straight above, track straight to the left, and a track straight to the right. And they want all of these in the orientation shown here. Jordan, hey Steve, love your channel. Thank you. Question: recently bought some eSun ABS Plus and have had some issues with blobbing clumping on a brass nozzle. Were there any issue with recent batch? I have no idea. I've never used eSun ABS Plus. I own some eSun ABS, but it's not the Plus variant. Maybe. What temperature are you printing at? I've had that kind of thing happen, especially on PET G if you print too low of temperature. Let me adjust my camera to a little lower angle. There we go. And I think 10's going to be enough here. I don't think so. Well, maybe 10s are going to be about perfect. We're going to very loosely tighten these. They just thread into the plastic. I'd suggest you reprint the whole extrude assembly. I did. It's all new, all out of ABS. These tight, but not. I want them captured, but not tight. Is my guess on here. These seemed like a nice. On these printed bearing caps, you have to be careful that they're not going to be too thick and end up rubbing on your frame or catching on the frame here. These I haven't tested to see if they're good enough, but they appeared like they should be. I like the Prusa clips they use. Look nice because they would allow for a little bit of movement but still capturing the thing. I think they're little springs to hold the bed on. That is, it's got a good first layer going. Okay, so we will see how well we can tweak these once it's on here, because we can get to them from the top pretty easy. So where do they have us next? We installed the bearings, and now we need to pick the middle length extrude or rods. I think that is not that one. That and this one are Z rods. That would be a Y rod. I think. Other Y. Did I use it? I think I might have used it over there as my test. Yep, there it is. Okay, so those are those. Let me grab a couple of paper towels. I'll be right back. I am on mute. Nope, I just had it on mute. Sorry about that. I didn't say anything important. I didn't say anything important. I was just cleaning the rods. I'm disappointed in the amount of chat messages that came from that, though. Should be good now. We are going to prepare all of those. I didn't get nearly enough engagement there. I shouldn't be muted now. Oh, these are going to be fun. These are sliding right in there, which might make them interesting to get into place. Well, it wasn't intentional. So it wasn't intentional and I didn't get the F spams. Do I need to do it intentionally? I know. Okay, let's look ahead on the instructions. Let's plan a little bit here. Let's go into the inside, which makes sense to me. Those. Oh, we have 3 square nuts per. Charlie is sleeping. If you go back to the beginning of the stream, you'll see lots of Charlie. And at that, oh, almost have to dip into the other supply of nuts. One more. This will be fun. Let's do this. Let's turn this over. And which side gets the... Okay, so 2 there. It's gonna go just like this. I'm gonna put these upside down on here. These upside down. Set this. Okay, Mike, I'll keep an eye on that. Very likely, but okay, we'll give it a try. So this is gonna go, I want to keep this back one up. How's this gonna work? There we go. I think that one is in place. Let's put one screw in. Hold it there. Or do you not go? Oh, that'll be fun. This is gonna be fun. Hi, John. Yeah. Sneak these in here. Yeah. I could have put maybe a little drop of super glue on those to hold them in place. But this seems to be working okay. Hi, John. Did I just say hi, John? Probably did. "30 lies." Oh, 30 lies? What lies? These back ones are going to be easier because I can just hold those in place with my fingers. Charlie will be back, I'm sure. Where are you at? There we go. Okay. Oh. Nice, this is working out well. You mentioned your MPCNC last stream. What size did you go for, and did you use PLA or ABS for parts? They do suggest PLA for rigidity, and they're probably correct. However, I still used ABS because I live in California. I live in Northern California, and we see 110 temperatures nearly every summer, and it's in my garage. And so far, it seems to work fine. I don't have a ton of cuts on it, but it seems okay. These little clips are a little more fiddly to assemble than the zip tie method, but they seem fine. Hey, Bill, you forgot to plug in your phone. I forgot to plug in my microphone. Scotch tape worked well? Okay, that would work. The idea here, Johnny boy, is for my friend to have a fresh Prusa so he can just print. That's moving good. I don't think I need to touch it. There are no tight spots. It's smooth. I'm sure you can hear it, but there's no grittiness. That's really nice, actually. I'm pleased with that. I don't know that I've had one just throw it together and have it move that smooth without tweaking something. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. Hi, Pex Peppers. So we're at the point where my wireless mic is pretty much back to charge. So give me a minute. I'm gonna switch back so I don't have to make sure I'm facing the microphone for you to hear me. So I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. Intentional mute. See, is this working now? Can you hear me okay? No, you can't because, oh, yep. 10-4 loud and clear. Awesome. Let's keep going. Like I said, this is good. I'm pleased with that. Lining the smooth rods, I didn't have to. Assembling the Y motor pulley is on there already. And then we're gonna get this assembly going. I do want to take a little bit and I forgot to do this while the stepper was out, but I want to just kind of clear out any belt residue. Okay. Charlie was here. He's sleeping. Hey, we had a great Y-axis assembly. Time for a gummy bear. I was watching a release video of the Voron switch wire the other day, and your beard was really big. Yeah, it got longer than that. After that. But at a certain point, there's a few reasons why I cut it short. The mask, wearing a mask, having that beard was irritating. And my wife wasn't thrilled with it. So she was very patient and let me grow it. And then I decided I was done. Derek, $10, thank you. So we have some Y tensioner pieces. I don't know if I can get far enough over here. No, I can't. It's gonna get a status on the print, but it's going along fine. Okay, so these pieces, and we have a belt. Safety glasses fell. There we go. I think I'm just going to use the same belt. It's fine. So we need a 3x30. I think the 30 is what I've had out here. Yep, that's a 30. And 4 10s. A couple of hex nuts. Alexander, I printed all of the parts, reprinted everything, including the electronics enclosure in ABS. Throw some hex nuts in these. Those go in fine. Then I think a lock nut and that piece. Those prepped. My throat is really dry today. I need to swap out. I'm out of coffee, so I need to go get a different drink. I'll be right back. Better. Charlie. Oh, he poked his head up. We'll see. So we're gonna bend, and now these are formed and bent already. You can kind of see it. So we are going to just do, that's this piece. This goes here. And, oh, lost that. I'm just gonna thread this in here. I mean, this was all tensioned before, so this whole belt length and everything should be what we need. Is this by 10s? Why isn't it reaching the... Did it say by 10? Or does it need a 12? And 3x10. Why isn't an M3x10 reaching? Oh, there we go. It is. Okay. It doesn't have to be tightened down. So it just has to capture, the belt. And then just holds into the screw to keep it from. Now, did I put that in right? Did I put that in correctly? I think I put it in backwards. Now that I think about it, now that I look at it closer. Yeah, I put it on backwards, so let's switch that. Charlie. 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 See, Charlie wasn't supervising, so I almost missed. Almost missed that. Okay. That will be good. Now we got the belt in correct. Do they want us to... That's that. There and there. Then this side goes in the front or in the back. Okay. This goes like this. Really heavily contributes, mostly fur and poking for attention and knocking things off my bench. Knocking things off the bench is what he's good at. Go. That will work right there. So we are missing the, oh, there it is. See if I can get this in here. Yep, there we go. Put the lock nut back in place. And the other printed part is right here. This goes like that. A little better shot of what I'm working on. There we go. So this is going to go in here. And throw this screw in here. What got me into 3D printing? So for years, I'd looked at 3D printing and looked at the parts, just kind of looked at parts that were coming out of it and wasn't really too thrilled. And so it never really caught my attention. And at some point, I came back from a big work project. I was away from home and stuff for about 3.5 months straight. And then very frequently at the site, this was the Oroville spillway emergency. I worked IT support for it. And I came back from that looking for another hobby. And 3D printing had gone kind of the next step. Creality had come out with their CR10. Monoprice had the Mini Select. That was probably at the top of my list, was that Mini Select, before I decided to buy a CR10, which I'm glad I did. But that's how I got into it. So if you look up Oroville Spillway Emergency, you'll see what I'm talking about. Let's just go kind of up in here. There we go. And then this one up in, oop, there we go. See you, John. Thanks for being here. This is kind of a bear to hit that one. There's probably some order of assembly that I'm missing. How do they want me to do this? That, and that goes around there. And you put that in there and that on there. And then they want that. I don't know that it matters which one we do first. In fact, I think tightening this up is probably going to make it easier to get to that one. This is quite a little... There's no direct shot at this is the problem. Ball head Allen wrench required. Where are we at? What do you guys think? This thing is not friendly. Wow. Well, good point. Let's do this. Let's try this. Let's pull the idler off like you're saying, Stephen. I think that's probably a good suggestion because I can pull this out. Now I can move that belt completely out of the way after I drop the screws the required number of times. There's a required number of screws dropped. It's to be determined what that number is. It'll be as many times as I drop it. Get this belt out of the way. Find, where is that? Boy. At this point, I'm going to grab a non-ball wrench so I have a little more control. Pull this out of the way. Where? There we go. Now we can tighten this back up on this side. That could use some tweaking, Mr. Prusa. That could definitely use some tweaking. here. Let's tighten that belt. That's probably pretty good. Now we can tighten that to lock it in place. There we go. Got wires all over the place. Yep, I'm happy with that. Okay, that deserves a gummy. Belt's already aligned. Tension seems good just by feel. Hey, see? It's turbo time. How are we doing on this part? We're about 30% done. Nom noms. Probably put the Z steppers in. So let's go here. Get a bunch of just clean off any little bits of over extrusion remnants so the steppers sit nice and flat. Those will be good. This one goes there. That one goes there. Switch to this driver. Oh. Alex the Plunk, Ultimate Maker, $25. Thank you for your help in Discord. You made me realize something no one else had thought of. Awesome. I'm glad I could help. What can you remind me what that was? Maybe just a few, just a reminder, because I don't. Now, is this what, should we be putting these just straight on? Is that the, yeah. And then we'll get the Z steppers going. The main design flaw for me was the bed thermistor wire running through the bed power connection. Flex kept breaking the wire. Okay. Finally rebuilt modding the whole power connection. Did you oil under the black caps on the Z motor? I have not. Is that something? Is that a thing? I've never done that. I always just thread those on until they're about a couple tenths of a millimeter off the stepper. Is that a thing? Quality issue. I asked for slicer settings. Turns out. Oh, okay. Now I remember. Thanks, Alex. I did print new. Did print new ones of these. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, I think the idea is this little printed thing is designed to keep dust out of dropping into the stepper. And I think the idea is if you put a little bit of oil around this, it's just going to seal that better. I don't know that it's great of an idea, because you're going to attract dust to the oil and it's just going to build up. I'm not convinced. I put a little in there when I redid it. The caps keep stuff out of there, right? But I think the caps themselves are going to do a good enough job. Especially if you just get it right to where it's not touching. I'm not convinced. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I don't think we're going to see any huge difference by doing it, but we might have a long-term issue with oil actually attracting stuff. Yeah. And there's really no reason for me to be replacing these other than I printed the rest of the printer in ABS. I might as well print these too. Well, and running these along the lead screw is clearing out any dust, or pulling the old ones out, it's clearing out any dust that was there. And then I'm just making sure that that is just over it, but not touching. Okay, so this is going to go on this side. This one's going to go on this side. Rain Motorsports, when you did the ABS, did you do the 100.5% recommendation or something else? I have not mentioned that. Actually, it came up in an early, I think the first stream. I've rebuilt, this will be my third Prusa that I've rebuilt using ABS parts. Both of the other setups, I used the bare. One of them is a full bare build. That's mine. For my friends, my other friends, that used to be mine, I used the bare X-axis setup. I did not do any ABS compensation on the prints, and I had no problems. They're both printing to this day, no problems. So I did not do that for this printer. And this is actually the exact same ABS roll that I printed one of the others in, is this KVP fluorescent blue. Now, I did run into one area where that might have been a problem, and I'll explain it in a minute. I got around it, I think, and it's going to be fine. But let me get this other stepper on here and then I'll talk about it. Did your friend pick the new color scheme for his Prusa? Yeah, my friend picked this. I took a picture of all my filament and said, which one do you want? He picked this out. So I was working on bearings yesterday. I was cleaning them and evaluating them and generally getting prepared for today. And I figured, you know, I should check the bearings for that ride along Z. So technically, I think those are Z bearings. And I noticed, because so my previous ABS Prusas have been the bare setup, and those use a different way of securing the bearings in here. There's a couple of screws that you can adjust tension on the bearings from. This is a latest revision Prusa rebuild here, so that's what I went with on these parts. When I put the bearings, these bearings in, it was tight, rolled on the rods a little too tight. So I'm thinking, I'm working on it, and I measure the inside diameter as best as I can on this part and compared them to the original PETG parts. And it's within like 0.05 millimeters. So I'm thinking maybe just the extra amount of flex that PETG allows is where the difference is. So what I did, I thought about reprinting these parts. I got the printer starting to warm up and I was going to reprint them, but then I decided I would take something, let me see where it is. I found a socket in my garage that's just barely larger than this, and I shoved it in there. And then I heated it with my heat gun to let the plastic relax a little bit, and then I pulled it out. And it just so happens that it relaxed just enough to where it's just about perfect now. So these go in and ride much better. They ride as smooth as when I put them back. I put them back in here to compare, and everything's good. Hi, Pietro. So, I mean, it's loose enough that, I can still shift the bearings around in here. So, it's good now. I had printed, because it was tight enough to put them in the first time, I designed and printed a little bearing press so I could evenly press them in to the end. But I had to have a jig in the build somewhere, right? So yeah, heat gun, I heated it up. It relaxed with this socket. It just happens to be just over 15 millimeters in diameter. It seemed to work. Hey, Kenneth. So those we're not ready to use yet because we're waiting for this carriage, though. This is at 42%. It's been going for about 50 minutes now. And we're at an hour and a half in. We're doing good. We're not going to finish this build today, but we're going to get close. It's over here. Charlie. He's out. He is out. Okay, we can't go with that. So let's go back to what can we do? So we're trying to find things that we can make progress on. Trying to find things we can make progress on while we wait for my screw up to be repaired. There are a couple of minor quality of life things that I printed. So let's go through some of those. I'm gonna pull the cable out here. Hopefully get this thing out without destroying it. Come on. There we go. There's one. I printed out some clips, some ribbon cable clips, so you don't have to stuff it into the 3030 extrusion here. So we're gonna clean up all the wiring. Russell, what do you guys want the first print to be? A Voron cube on a Prusa? What do you want the first print to be? It'll probably be next stream before we're printing though. So the perfect use for my V0 are little prints like this. And these are just, I haven't even tried these. I found them. I assumed they'd work. They're just, yeah, I think, yeah, they'll go in there. They are just a clip that I downloaded from, and I prepared for this. This one from Sean Doe, Prusa MK3 LCD cable clip. I just did a search and found one that looked reasonable and printed it. Narrow quality cube. I printed that, and that's what we're going to use for here. So I think I can just kind of put a couple of these in place. I printed way more than I was going to need, but you just twist in, just you can see them here. I don't know how many we actually need to use, but just space them somewhat evenly through here, and then we'll route that through, that ribbon cable through when we go to do the electronics. I'm just finding things to do while we wait for that print. So thanks, Joseph. Those fan holders were one of my first user mods for the V2, and enough people here and on the team suggested we just put them in release, so I finally gave in. That back, the other mod that I did that I like I've used on my other Prusas. Aha. Is a simple strain relief for the X. So the X motor has this the wire comes down and then it goes into the side of the, it goes over here and then it goes into the side of the electronics. I like this. I've downloaded this before. It's just a simple piece that goes on around here, and then a zip tie holds the cable. I downloaded this one from Thingiverse, and it's here. It's by CRZ. It's thing 3216603. Echo 2 Papa 2, you're building a landy, huh? I don't know if I can easily share those from here. That's on the other computer. So this little X cable strain relief is super simple, but it works well. So okay, so this just goes around here, and then a zip tie holds it in place, and it's tight enough, especially in ABS, it's tight enough on the stepper to just kind of give it a little bit of support. So let me find a zip tie. Considering to replace a Y carriage on my switch wire with a carbon fiber one. I don't know how much you would gain from that. I don't know what problems you might introduce either. So you're talking about the frame, this piece, right? Can these be used on Vorons for motors without detachable cables? You might run into some space constraints on some of them. I'm not sure. So this just goes on here, and you just torque your zip tie down. And that's it. Okay, so that's there and ready. Hey, Enots. If I printed the Prusa parts in ABS instead of PETG, would you need to scale them up slightly to account for shrinkage? I have not. So if you rewind about 10 minutes, you would see my discussion on the tweak I did. I heated this up with a slightly oversized socket I found in the garage to kind of relax it a little bit. And that was enough. It appears to have been enough. I didn't have to do anything like that when I used the bare parts, because they use screws to adjust tension on the bearings. Those are good. If I put this display on and run that ribbon cable, is that just going to be in the way? I think I can do that. Let's do that. I have run out of square nuts somehow. But I have spares. These are also ones that go in very loosely. So, fortunately, they go in on the same side. So I'm not going to fight it. That goes there. And I am out of 10mm screws as well. So let's grab my Prusa spares box. I'll do those. Your mileage may vary, definitely, on whether you have to scale parts or not. I've just had luck, reasonable success with not having to. 3D printing freak, €5, small donation for your effort. Thank you. I appreciate that. Charlie is awake, so he's wanting to get let out. So maybe we'll get a visit from him when he's done getting his bite of food. Blue. Yeah, this is a good blue. With the black axe or black mane. Yep. So that is on there. So let's see what we can do about routing. Maybe I'll sneak a gummy bear. See how we're going to route the ribbon cables. So they're marked EXP2, EXP1. EXP2 and 1. And there is every possibility that I may go through and completely redo this based on how it routes into the controller. So then these just go in here. Yeah, it is a fluorescent blue. It's UV reactive. I don't have a easy way to get a UV light on it here though. Yeah, so then those will just go there. They're a little ugly being gray, but whatever. Pull a little bit of slack this way. Just let that hang there. Let's do some of the wire management here. Some of the zip ties. The Sparta 3D sparkle stuff is nice. I need to place another order. Oops, I want to go this way so that head of the zip tie doesn't show from the front. Hey, it's to Scooby. Thanks for the $9.99. Let me hold on just a second. I want to send a quick message here. Okay. Wish I had sparkly styrenes around here. We get most basic colors, only metallic and galaxy black. Yeah. So if anybody wants to know, and I just wanted to confirm it was okay. Is to Scooby, this is his printer. Oh, you can see my screen? Awesome. Whatever. There's nothing on there that mattered, especially since he said it was okay. I got to be more aware of that kind of stuff because next time it might matter. Can't read it, but can see it. Okay. I'm gonna throw, maybe this might end up being a temporary zip tie, but let's get some of these controlled. Okay, let's get that. At least it's a whole lot easier to turn this thing over and around than a V2, at least especially a big V2. Charlie's coming back in, maybe he'll come visit. Come on. There you go. It's up there. I finally beat out all the Steve Builds Minecraft builders. I'm on top of the Minecraft channels when searching for Steve Builds. That's gonna go there. This stuff just kind of basically goes this way and then up into the electronics chamber here. Drinks and shenanigans. It's been a long time since we've been able to do shenanigans. Or drinks. Oh, there he is. Hi, Charlie. Anybody who missed the earlier Charlie visit. So I can't seem to find an answer. What a V2 actually weigh? I have no idea. It's gonna greatly depend on the thickness of your build plate. Oh, IS to Scooby. I didn't know that. That's funny. Charlie's back. How are we going here? We're about 62% on this part. It says 40 minutes left. Inspecting my work, yep. Seems like a lot of, I might double that back on the final setup. 28 pounds shipping weight for what size, Mitchell? Yeah, we got some orange hair here. It's doing good. Okay, that is that is that. Let's put the bed on it, right? We can put the bed on. This is what I get for not paying attention. There we go. Okay, so the bed. I even printed new versions of that, so let me get that. New pieces. Let's pull this apart. No. I've got a picture of myself somewhere. This is quite a few years ago. I'm laying across the counters in my kitchen installing under cabinet lighting. And I'm laying on the counter and my feet are hanging down onto a step stool. And this little turd decided while I'm working there that my precariously perched lap was a perfect spot to lay down on and just sit there like, oh, you're being still. I'm gonna sit on you. If I can find that picture, I'll share it one day. Okay. And I'm gonna do is pull this in. I'm not gonna replace any of this, but I am pulling a little bit of, giving it a little more slack on the underside, because this was pulled straight across. I'm giving it some slack there. Everything else looks good. Nope. Doing all of this off camera. Not that on camera was all that much better. All I'm doing is replacing this cover, since if I'm going to replace some of it with ABS, I'm going to replace all. No more PET G on this. Really? Ah, the magnet. Foiled by the magnet. He tried to knock the wrench. He tried to knock the wrench off the table, and it caught the bed magnet. He does, especially when he's hungry. He'll meow. $10 for the Charlie snack. Thank you, $10. There we go. De-PETGifying. De-plastic soda bottle plastic-ifying. Yeah, fortunately he's not a very vocal cat. Okay. Let's grab our little spacers. For now, we're not going to do the silicone mod or the other mod. We're just going to go with this and see what the mesh looks like and go from there. So I think do I want to set these all on here? No, I'm just going to do the center one. I don't know what they're doing now in terms of other materials. When I bought mine, the only thing that wasn't PET G was the part cooling fan shroud. I don't know what they've been doing otherwise on those. So everything will be including a nicely printed ABS fan shroud. Turned out really well. Okay, now where are my tweezers? Someone needs to send a package with some catnip hidden. He does like the little treats. I've given him treats with catnip in it. Doesn't seem to change the way he acts, but he goes after them. And Charlie. Yes. Am I not paying attention enough? Go. Yep. I left something on that little table, and now it's on the floor. The hot end part with the Minda holder, that would all be newer stuff than what I have, and I think newer than this, but oh, now he wants out. Okay. Bed is installed. And moving fine. I am not doing the silicone mod on this yet. That's easy to do after the fact. Good night, Nathan. Thanks for being here. I still have... I mean... I don't know where my little... Well... Okay. We are waiting. I have that. Where's the tubing now? I have that. We could do the mod since we're still waiting for this to finish printing. Where did I put the silicone tubing? See, I wasn't prepared to do that. Where did I put the silicone tubing? If I can't find it, then that kind of answers it for us. Here comes Charlie again. I honestly don't know where it is, so... So I think that answers the question on if we're going to do a silicone mod or not. Yeah. So that'll have to come later. But we can. Later. Let us clean off the top of this bed. And put the yeah. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if he did that, DJ. What is the silicone mod? So Tunkay, on with the there's a silicone tubing, silicone spacer mod that's popular in the Prusas. And it replaces the outer 8 stainless steel spacers. You leave the center one and you replace these in, and then since they compress, you can adjust the each point on the bed to make sure you have a perfectly level surface. Where might I have put those? A little more. A little more looking. That place is an absolute mess. Yeah. I have no idea. It's the same idea as an iLock nut mod. What else can we do? We can't really put the electronics on because the X stepper wiring has to go in here. So that's not useful to do. The next part on the extruder setup requires us to have the part that's printing right now. and it's at 76%. I can't really do the x-axis. I guess I can... Oh, I can do this part, huh? You're right. You're right. Good job. Thank you. These are all of my... I had extra X-rods, so now I gotta... Oh, sorry about that. Gotta go through and figure out which was the bad one. So I'm just gonna inspect all of them. That one's good. That is absolutely right. We can keep moving because that one has a groove. Yep, that's the bad one. This is a good one. And this is a good one. Yep, you're right. We can make some good progress. We can keep it moving. I did the silicone mod on my switch wire. I'd recommend putting a silicone spacer on the center screw as well. It shouldn't be needed. I mean, everything else is going to put the tension that you're talking about there. You want that reference point. I don't recommend you doing a silicone one in the center. You can probably make it work, but I don't think it's necessary. Steven, let me see if I have my default profile. Let me see if it's on this printer. Yeah, this is pretty much my conservative speeds, and I think that's pretty much what this is printing at right now. If you get a look there. I'll leave that on for a second. Okay, so we can get moving on the rest of these parts and prepping them. So let's go back to the back and do the X-axis assembly. Got that, got the bearings, I already did these. Need a M3 by 30. M3 by 30 and 3 by 18. One fell, and a couple of nuts, and a nylock nut. Bearings are inserted. Now this is an important step. This indicator here, offsetting the bearing slots at 45 degrees. I've done that. It's all in there, already done. There's a lip, so you can't put them in. You can only insert them one way because there's a lip on this side. That's why they tell you that. I need a, M3 by 30 and a square nut there. This is the new, this I haven't done before. This is their new X stepper tensioning system. They've gone through several revisions of this. And I've not tried this iteration. So I think I'm going to take that right up to flush with the end here. That'll be good. That. And the idler bearing, just the 18, then make sure things move. Okay. Idler bearing. That. There we go. And that. So things still move nice and free. That is done. Bearings, and what are we supposed to do here? Marking. Oh, I've done that. That's handy. So this is what I've done before. So I didn't know they put something like this in the instructions, but they want you to offset those races of bearings in the correct spot. What I've done in the past is take a silver Sharpie. So I've taken a silver Sharpie. Let's grab our. So I've always done, here, let me clean off the end, just the shield, just cleaning the grease off the end. Do this to a few of these. What I've always done is taken a silver Sharpie and marked it on the bearing, on the cover. So I just went in line, and then I know you can see those marks are where the bearings are. That way I can identify from the end which way it goes, so I can offset them the right way. So I'm going to do that on all of these. Better than yours. Hi, Steve. I have a question about filament color. I'm looking for something closer to eSun ABS silver. There are differences in shades on silver, but most places make a good silver. I've used, the only silvers I have direct experience with are Paramount Silver and Nova Maker, which is a brand you can get on Amazon. Both of them are very close. If you set them next to each other, you can tell, but they're very close. Hobbyist, I am replacing the X rods. I identified the one with scratches, and it is going in the junk pile. There. So now I can see where those bearing races are. And I've already repacked all the bearings. I did that yesterday off camera because I had to evaluate all of them. If you were around in the earlier stream, this is the culprit bearing that caused all the problems. And that red you're seeing, I'm pretty sure is rust mixed into the grease when I was re-greasing them and checking them. And this one runs very rough on a rod. Yeah, so everything's repacked and good to go. Yeah, better than yours. Just to finish that up, silvers are very close. What I have found, an additional thing with silvers, is silver is the one ABS that I've gotten better quality after I dry it. For some reason, at least the silvers that I've used tend to pick up moisture more than the other ABSs. Why position the bearings so that you can see 2 rows like in the picture. Make a mark. Use the same procedure for the remaining 2 bearings. We'll use these markings on the upcoming chapters to achieve the desired bearing orientation. So what did they have a picture here? No, we've got that. There's nothing. Okay, so that'll probably come up later. So we're gonna throw these in here, and this is kind of another indication that I think it was more the stiffness of ABS versus PET G that was causing a problem with the bearings, because these slide in with just the right amount of friction. So overall shrinkage wasn't a problem. It was just the tension on this kind of springiness of this piece of the part that was causing it to be a little too tight on the bearings. Two on the top, remove the cat hair. One on the bottom. And then all the Prusa parts have all these parts have a little window, so you can be sure that it's been inserted fully. Okay, this is already done. Bearing the pulley's already on. We'll tweak it if we feel we need to. And then wire oriented down, we put it on. So shift this out of the way. This is gonna go here. This wire oriented down, and then a couple of, I think they were, must be M3 by 18s for this. Good, I have a bunch of those. Hobbyist notes, this is KVP fluorescent blue ABS. And I'm not tightening these, I'm leaving them loose so we can do tension later. I'm just touching the plastic so it doesn't rattle around. There we go. So we'll be able to get quite far. This is good. We're at 90% done on the part too. 90%, woohoo. Hey, guess what? I get a Haribo. What kind do I want? I'll get a Coke bottle Haribo. X-axis is finished, so now I think we can just go to the Z-axis. We did this. Let's get the trapezoidal nuts ready, and we need M3 by 18s and some hex nuts. Oh, this is where we are. So we have these, and let me just kind of run a, see if there's any gunk that I can get out of these. They're coming out, I mean, a little bit, but they're relatively clean. Yeah, they are fine. Need some hex nuts. It's 2 per side. Now these are a little tricky to get in there because to get a hex nut down in there on both sides. So let's see how this goes. Use my tweezers. See how they fit. Sometimes a little screwdriver in there. There we go. So I used a screwdriver and caught it and then just kind of bent it into place, trying not to deform this too much. Hobbyist nuts, $10. Lovely content. Keep going. Hobbyist. That works. Thank you. Thank you. And get in here, pull that in, maybe pull it in this way. Let's try this. There we go. Got that in there. And then the other one just goes right here. That and like that. Now these can go on. I see that I'm gonna, just for my own, you can see the marks on the 2 that were tied in 2 before. I'm just gonna use the same ones. Just let a little OCD show through. That one would be these. Oop. There we go. In your opinion, is it better to do a bare upgrade or a switch wire conversion? Why? I'm noticing so many Ender 3 to switch wire. I would do an Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. I would not do a Prusa to switch wire conversion. On an Ender 3, you're using most of the frame and the existing parts for your conversion. On a Prusa, you're using the extra things. I mean, you're not reusing your Z steppers. You're using things like the controller board and the X and Y stepper, and then you still need another extruder stepper. You know, it's a much more involved thing. You do get to reuse the bed here, but for a Prusa, I wouldn't convert a Prusa to a switch wire. An Ender 3 is probably not a terrible idea. Am I going to replace the Z nuts or use the original? These are the original. Using the original. Okay. Let's see here. So those are on. And now we can put that onto the ear and then the Z-rods. Okay. Move this forward. Is there a way to change the Mark III flow rate on printer before a print, or is it only in the slicer? I don't know if there's a... You should be able to send a command. So you do like an M50 whatever to get the current settings, and then do all your extrusion steps per millimeter calculations. And then you can send that with another G-code command. It's been so long since I messed with that. We could look it up though. But it should be very close from the factory. If you're dealing with a Prusa Mark III, you're gonna tune it with your slicer. I wouldn't tune it with that. Okay, now we're going to take these and make sure they're clean. One and the other one. 97%. There's a dedicated menu for flow. Okay. I'm not familiar enough with it, so. There's no vertical play. We're good. We are good. Oh, these go straight down. And straight down. Top pieces that I imagine can go on next. Let's see. Just seeing how this is fitting. Yep, there we go. This side is probably 10s. Yeah. So 12. Standard modeling option is missing. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the menu structure and what's capable on printer. Definitely should be able to do it via a terminal window though. A console. Like, what is that? Hey, the print just finished. It's starting to look like a real printer now. Woo! Ferrocride for Mark II provides frame rigidity For Mark 3s, I see. Yeah, it's more of another. I did it because it was another thing to build. So normally for these top, fix this a little bit. For these top pieces, it's just M3x10s to hold them on. My reverse Bowden mod has a piece that goes on the back, so I'm using 18s over here. Hey everyone, sorry it's Steve for lurking. I find relaxing listening to you while working on my Mercury 1. Yeah, lurking is fine. There's no problem with lurking. Pronterface, that's the thing I couldn't remember. Pronterface is the console printer connection utility. It comes in the Prusa download package. What do we got? Okay. There, so then you see these stick out the back and this little piece goes here, and then I use a couple of nylock nuts then to hold this in place. Let that cool down a little bit, but this is good. This is moving smooth. We've got these guys all set. Is there a reason there is no mosquito hot end support during beta for Stealth Burner? There are reasons, and there won't be official support even after beta. However, I guarantee someone in the community will produce a mod. One of the problems, not even worrying about the personal decisions that people have made to not describe it, but a mosquito hot end heater block is wide. It is very wide, and it gets very close to the cooling ducts here. So that's as far as I'll go into that. Prop that door open a little bit to cool off. We are looking really good here. Am I missing anything in the instructions? Those are on. Hey, I get another gummy bear. I mean, I'll take them when I want them, but then when it tells me I'll take them. Well, the Mark 3s Z motors have driver per... No. So obvious, the Mark III has a single driver controlling both Z steppers. In order to tram the gantry, it runs it to the top and skips steps against the top and then assumes that it is trammed at that point. Okay, where is that destroyed part? I need to get pieces out of it. There it is. I need to get the salvageable nuts. Wow. Grab a. There we go. That one really pulled in there. There we go. Salvage all these. No, found it. Another thing I noticed on the Mark III latest firmware, the Z-stepper hold current stays on forever. So hours after I'm done, it's always done that. So because it relies on these Z-steppers to be in the same spot, so you don't have to do a Z alignment calibration or whatever they call it every time. As long as the printer's on, the Z-steppers are on. Even when you first boot it up, the Z-steppers turn on. That's been since the very beginning. Hi, Mr. F. Daniels. From Germany. From Bonn, Germany. Bonn? 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 I'll be sticking an afterburner on this Prusa if it was me. There's a Thingiverse carriage mod for every printer for an afterburner at this point, right? Another gummy. This is not. So this is a bone stock spec 99% Prusa's parts. Okay. So that turned out. I don't even feel like I need to clean up any elephant's foot. Boone? I don't think they run them at full current when they leave them on, but I don't know that for sure. Okay. We can pick up where we started now. Let me get my, just gonna file down any little bit of extra extrusion. Maybe I do want to clean up the little bit of elephant's foot. Not much. Sorry, let's try live. Luke's laboratory sent me a 5-volt Euclid probe instead of the 24-volt one. Says they don't have. They're having trouble with the 24-volt one supplies. Hitting these corners, you don't really have to file them down. You just kind of touch the edge, and then it breaks that. Breaks the bit. This post-processing on parts like this, you should consider normal. Taking care to making sure your mating surfaces are flat. That kind of stuff is a good thing to do. Make the rest of the assembly go smoother. Okay. Sven, this is a fluorescent blue ABS from KVP, a US supplier. Oh, that's where Haribo was invented, huh? Okay, so that is there. Now we can put the nuts back in it. And hope everything fits as well as the last one. Yep. Oh, that one just fell in. There we go. And then a steel screw this time to get these others in. But I'm going to start with trying to push them in from this side. There we go. That's probably going to be the better play anyway. There, I think these will be good. Steel screw to pull it the rest of the way in. Much better. So let's go back to, we were at the, is this where we're at? E-axis assembly? For these parts, we did all of this. All of this is assembled, all that's done. I think we're at the point where we can, did all this. This is what I just did, put all those in. Now I really, and maybe if you use a fresh screw that's never been threaded in, but if you have a black oxide steel screw or something, use that for pulling these nuts into place. You might have better luck if you use a fresh screw every time, but yeah. Let's put that wiring in. Got some. Where is that wire? It's this one. So this is going to go right in there. Sneak all of this into the nice, neat little wire chain or wire path. Then on the extruder assembly, just gonna a little loop there, then out the back. And then sneak those together that way. Okay. So now this is gonna go we'll have opportunity, I think, to tweak some of this. Goes there, goes there. That in there, and then sneak in here and tighten these. Nope, can't get in that way. Ball driver required. That's going to plug in, I think, like that, but it might be back upside down. So we'll double check that. Hi, John. Welcome back. Okay, so that's all out of the way. I think we're good there. A little bit. Kind of pulled on this. There we go. Message retracted. More pulling panels to get to wires. Okay, what is next? That on, and then how does it plug in? Okay, tab up, and then all of that, just making sure we don't have too much slack. So this does plug in with the tab up. That's pulled through there. I don't think that's too much slack. I think we're good. Next. So we have an M3x40 that's going to go through there. And then we're going to get a fan going. So M3x40 goes through here. Goes through all the parts. Here. Closing up the gap. Wires going everywhere. And that's the only screw they want us to put in right now? Okay. I'm starting to become a believer in toolhead PCBs. I'm conflicted on that, on toolhead PCBs, because as you're seeing, it kind of locks you into and restricts changes. So the previous version toolhead PCB isn't a good fit on the stealth burner, for instance. And honestly, unless it's a toolhead PCB that's like a CAN piece that has a lot of functionality and reduces the number of wires that you're running through your chains, I almost prefer the individual connectors. I'll go either way. That's why I'm conflicted. I like aspects of both ways, but... Hi, Jan. Put the hot end fan on with M3x14s. I'll have to find those. Those might be in here. Yeah, that's a 14, so let's find the rest of these that are in here. 2, 3, And one more. Not that one. How do I only have 3? So I'll fish. I'll fish for another one. Probably, nope, not that one. Nope, those are all too long. That is weird. Nope, that's too short. Why don't I have another M3x14 out here? Because I obviously took it off the printer. I've got the fan here. Did I accidentally use it on another part of the printer? Well, we can start with 3. Oh, there are 3 M3x14s. Thank you. We've wanted the screws longer since it holds the fan shroud. And that is absolutely true. Absolutely. A tangle of wires over here. What do they recommend for the routing here? See ya, Johan. Do we have a toolhead PCB for the stealth burner? It'll come. It'll come. It's all tucked out of the way, and I checked that. Okay. Why is there a version A and a version B? Oh, I see. Let me see if I can distinguish this. So the distinction here is I have a version A fan right here. And it's that the wire comes out in this, let's just put this orientation here. It comes out in the up from the upper right. If you look at, let me scroll down here. The version B, you can see here in the same orientation. If you move this, it goes to the right in the upper right, where the other one went up this way. I mean, it's a minor, it's interesting that they called that out, but so this just goes in here. Just like that. And then we're going to hold that in place and put in and just touching. These don't, you don't want to tweak the body of this fan. There's no reason to. It just needs to be held in place. Getting there. Well, this MK3 I have is a Noctua brown fan. So I can tell the first couple of months shipped that way. Yes. Well, I mean, they're still up until quite a ways. They're and even at some point, are they still Noctuas? But they went to a black fan. It's just black instead of brown. Now, my friend had already replaced this with an Noctua fan in troubleshooting problems he was having before. Gummy bear time. Idler. So I got all the old parts and new parts. New part, and I'm gonna use a washer here. Pull that into place. Longer screw. That spot that I'm tightening against is a little thin, so I wanted to use a washer just to make sure I don't deform it, to pull that nut into place. Okay, let's pull this out. Where's my small screwdriver? And I can already tell this is pretty dry, so I'm going to re-grease these bearings. We're going to inspect and re-grease. Inspect. See no rusting or anything. They're visibly dry. Just kind of clean that out, and then there's a bit of filament in the teeth, so I'm just going to run through and just clear all the teeth out. Looks good. Some of this grease that came with one of my Prusa kits, I think it was. I plug up one side and force this little rod in there. It'll force the grease in between the bearings. There we go. That will be good enough. You don't need a lot. Oh, can't do that yet. So I can put this on there and then pull the rod out. Now, let's see how this is going to fit. I'm going to make sure I don't crack. So this is ABS. I want to see how this is fitting in here and hopefully not crack that part. If it doesn't go in by hand, I may take my little reamer. I have an M3 reamer. And just make sure there's just not much that took to go through, but it should clear that up. See how little I did to get that. This is just a cheap reamer, metric reamer set off of Amazon, and it came with, I think, M3 through M10. So what direction, what orientation? I didn't take note of that. So this picture is our reference. So that goes here. Now this should just kind of, yep, that's perfect. I mean, post-processing some of this stuff is not a bad thing. So having a set of reamers, set of metric drill bits, stuff like that, that made that an easy assembly. Whereas if that was slightly too tight and I tried to force that, the way the layer lines are here, it could crack. Now this is, the layer lines are across there, but they're never in tension. Everything is being pushed against the bulk of this part. So ultimate strength of this isn't important, but you do want it to be one piece. And it moves nice. We already checked all of our filament alignment. And that is an M3 by 40. That print quality in the docks. Yeah, I heard, and I don't know how accurate this is, I think Prusa over extrudes intentionally. Hot print, either just prints hot or over extrudes intentionally for ultimate part strength. So that is that. All that's lined up. Everything should be good. Take our, there's an M3 by 40 with a spring on it. Goes in from the other side. That sets our filament tension. I think you usually just tighten that down to where the head is flush with the body, but we'll play with that later. Starting to look better. Okay, the other little mod I did is the normal top cover just has the filament going in. Since we're doing this reverse Bowden setup, I downloaded and printed this mod. Now I tweaked it because I'm not going to link to the part because it's really poorly done. I had to fix it only because it had an unsupported, this hole here is unsupported, and even supported, it needs some cleanup. So I'm just trimming away some droopies. And then a little bit of cleaning up a mating surface. And then, let's see, this is this modified version of even the previous one. I'll transfer this piece over. Should go right in there. Just bottom out. Is that part from the Trident print done? Oh yeah, it's been done for ages. It's right here. It's been done for ages. And this guy goes right like that. Okay. Getting there. Why use a reamer and not just a drill? Because a 3mm drill is not exactly 3mm. It's usually just barely a hair under. Let's see. I got a 3mm drill and micrometer. If we go in here, we're at 2.987. That would do. I'm not saying don't use a drill, but having an actual reamer set, let's see if this is 3.059, but I'm measuring that side because I can't get a good, and I don't want to clamp the cutting side in my thing. So I can't be sure that this is exact. I would have to ream something and measure that hole. But a reamer is, by definition, should be on exact size. Drill bits are always a little off. So I did this part, and this is the head of the screw should be roughly aligned or flush with the surface. Yep, and then adjusted later. The print fan support. Print fan support is here. This is the I don't know if we can see, but if we were talking about the difference, this is also a difference in, I don't really have enough light to do this well. It's also a difference in sheen of the plastic. The PETG is a lot glossier than the ABS. This in. Yeah, a drill, if it's not held perfectly and stiff, it will create like a rounded, a very rounded triangle hole. Okay. What is this? An M3 by 10. This bolts onto the front right here. This is another one that's kind of an odd angle to get to. There we go. Try low poles. Yeah. Fried 2 controller boards this weekend. How's your weekend going? Well, better than that. How'd you fry them? Yeah, I'm not popular enough for bots. Occasionally I'll get bots. I've had bots before, but maybe my popularity has gone down. Fan shroud. Now I may save this stuff because I haven't attached any of the heater wires or anything to the to it yet. I have not attached the heater and thermistor wires, so I want to keep those areas clear. And I know these pieces can be installed later, so we're going to skip that. But we can put the Pinda on. So, oh, that's why Sanity has put the foot down and set the law and not allowing them. So there's no point. Thanks, Sanity. It just means you have to be here every time forever now. Hi, Charlie. Charlie's slow blinking like he's waking up. Okay. Pin to probe. So this will go with a loop, and I like that loop to go around the back side, and right in there, right? So that'll do something like that. Little strain relief loop. That'll go there. Now, does it go in? I think it goes in here. And the front fan probably goes in there as well. Let's make sure. Yeah, it goes through there. Now I'll have to sneak that out and put the fan wire in later because I'm not installing the fan quite yet. Okay, so we're going to go in here, and then we're going to end up putting this on the printer. So take up some of that slack. Can we? I so don't want to put those. Oh well, let's go with it. Let's get the hot end first. I want to fix the thermistor wires. So one of the problems here was this is a generic replacement thermistor that my friend had bought. I am going to get rid of this connector and solder those wires just to minimize the bulk, and there's no reason for it. So I'm going to use my little official Molex MF3 pin removal tool. Now this is tiny. It's got a little tiny end on it. If you stick this in here and just start torquing on it, it's going to break. I think the intent is to kind of just push it in and wiggle it. just to bend those tangs out of the way. Just like that. You're just bending those little pieces there out of the way. It's a little thing. If you wanted to reuse this, then you'd have to get some good magnification and sharp something and just kind of barely bend them back into place. But you only get to do that once or twice. You try to do that too many times and they'll just bend and break. So now we'll do the same to this side. This one doesn't come out easy. Oh, yep, there we go. I've just heard a lot of people complain about breaking that tool, and I just have to guess that it's breaking because of bending on it. Okay, so now we're going to cut the terminals off. And normally I might stagger these to where the solder joints are at different spots, but the little bit of extra bulk here isn't going to hurt. I'm eliminating a ton of bulk by getting rid of that connector. These fiberglass wires are just a royal pain because it doesn't strip very well, and I have to go in and clean it up with the snips. See, you might be able to see the difference here. Once you strip it, it still has a bunch of fibers. Then I go in and clean it up with the wire cutters, just the flush cutters. And just careful not to actually trim the wires themselves, just the little fiberglass or fiber, whatever they are. There we go. That tool is worth it. I was trying to use just like pins like this, like a pin, and feeling like I was destroying the housing every time. That tool works pretty well. Heat shrinks on those for the bigger ones before crimping is good. In this case, I'm soldering these together. So I'm going to get some heat shrink and my box of various, let's see if I have enough in this little bin. Use a little larger than that. I guess we'll use some blue. Use some blue for the small ones, I think. Yeah, Blue will work. Sim ejector tools are a little big. It's a pretty small end on that. It's maybe not a little wide, but it might be a little thick. Because this is only... This is only 0.44 millimeters thick. And almost 0.9 millimeters wide. And a piece of this for over the whole thing. Something like that. Solder. This. Already got that. Let's do that. Don't need that anymore. Let's do this. Shrink. Shrink all pre-installed. And tin the wires. I'm happy with that. Shiny, well-flowed solder joints. That over there. Let me hit the... I'm going to put you on mute because I'm going to run the heat. It turned out reasonably well. Nice and straight. Now we can move on. Get rid of some of this stuff. ES126 is better than the WOW stick because it looks like a sonic screwdriver. It does. I like this thing. I just forget to use it. I haven't charged it yet either since the first charge. I haven't charged it yet, and we're still only one bar down. There we are. Streams will do that. I've bought so many new tools. Yeah. It took me a little bit to work up to buy in this thing. It is a bit on the spendy side. But that was my reward for finishing the 2.4 R2, getting it out there. My reward to myself. Okay, we have a lot of things. All that on there. I guess let's put the heater cartridge in. And this is already loose. So this little groove here is where those go. So that's gonna go there and up through there. This goes in there. So very light pressure on this grub screw holding the thermistor in, just enough so it doesn't fall out. Let's go like that, like that. And where's the other screwdriver? Start it with this one. Okay, so that's all good. Let's see if we can fit our silicone sock on there. We'll have to take this off later, but just make sure there's enough slack in all the wires and bits to get it on there. And there is. Yep. Now with all of this on here, I think we can turn this. I want to put a little tiny bit more torque on that. Ah, there it is. Tiny bit more torque on the heater cartridge one. I was using a ball end wrench. There we go. I was using a ball end wrench for that first tightening, and I didn't want to go too tight. I didn't want to strip the hex. And did I miss some gummy bear eating? I guess I'll make up for it. See you, Patrick. We got zip ties coming up. Yep. So these are good. I guess while it's here, I'll put that front fan on. Let's go back and do that. Patrick, $5. Thank you. Good streams, good Sundays. Thank you very much. So we need our fan and a square nut. This is a square nut. How does that go in here? This goes right in there. Right, like that. Time to go pick up the daughter. See you, John. And then what is the screw that goes in? M3 by 20. Okay. That would be that one. Goes in there like that. This is just, okay, so that just goes through there. This. Does that kind of snap in there? Looks like, yep. It kind of slots in there. There's this piece here. It's kind of a dovetail configuration to get in there. Just snug. All this. So now this goes on there like that. And those are more M3 by 20s. So that must be what I have over here. I have one M3 by 20. One more M3 by 20. That's an 18. Those are 18s. Those are all 18s. Where'd the other by 20 go? Move the dummies out of the way. I better have another one. Let's see if that'll work. Seeing if I can get a see if I can get an 18 to fit. It touches. I can't find another 20. I can't get a 18 to fit here. Oh, that's because the nut fell out. Maybe it wasn't even in there to begin with. Is that it by the crimpers? No, that's another 18. I never put a screw in this other one. Let's do try to get this thing in here. There we go. Now we can try again. This goes in and grabs, so I'm gonna go with the 18 on that side. And the 20 on this side, and I think we're good. Now we're going to run all this around and get this fan wire in here behind the pinda wire. Just like that. this. I want enough here to where that's strain relieved that way. And remember, I put some super glue in here because there was something had gone on with this fan before. So I'm being a little OCD about this in that I've got my bin of Prusa spare screws. I could go over and grab an M3 by 20 socket head screw. I've got a bunch of them right here. I've got a bunch of them. However, regular stainless M3 by 20s have a serrated screw head. The Prusa stuff is all smooth. Like I said, I'm being a little OCD with that. Trying to keep it with all the smooth head screws. Holy moly, Sanity for additional expenses and your help. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I think we are at a point where we can put this tool head on the printer. We did that, everything's in here, cooling's in place. The sensor is in place. Now we run all of these go in between, right? Yeah, okay. We are going to take this. Okay, so the hot end stuff, the thermistor and the heater cartridge go to the bottom. Is there anything I can do to keep that? Yeah, I guess we'll just hope for the best. The rest of these go through the middle. Pull all these through the middle, that through the bottom, and then this go along there, and then we'll shift those. I don't think this is the zip tie I want to use either, but I need a different zip tie. Set that there. Let me get better zip ties for this because the ones I'm trying to use right now are too thin. Yeah, these are bigger. Thanks, guys. Thank you, everyone. There we go. See, those work a lot better. Now, do they have a preference here on how these zip ties go? Doesn't matter. Well, that's what I did. So that's what we'll, oops, I've been showing this stuff. So now we're going to fix this on here. That will hold it in place now. And then there should be some indication on what direction they want those bearings to sit. Well, that's interesting. So place the extruder onto the bearings from the other side. Make sure the bearing openings in the X carriage are facing towards you, together with the shorter extrusions on the frame, and the top bearings fit perfectly into the groove. They fit perfectly into the groove, and they want this thing, those bearings to support in that direction, which is what I just tweaked. Based on the marks I did, those are all in that direction now. We're just gonna make sure we get a nice tight pull on those. Push these up and out of the way. It's there, and that's there. Just like that. Yeah, let's not venture there. Thank you. There. Okay. Where are we at now? Now I think all of this goes, all that goes through there. Everything fits nicely. All of the wires are going through to where they need to go. Looks like this. And the bottoms, that's not moving around too much, so we're okay. Now we got to do the belt. So belt, 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 and then there. Where you continue to guide the belt through the X-axis, please release 2 and 3 screws on the X end until they detach from the motor. It must be possible to move the motor freely to the sides. Okay. Well, let's see. Got the same belt that came off. Everything is good. That goes. Oh, that one's this way. It's kind of got the shape it was in when it came off. So let's run this through the idler. And then through this side. And for some reason, I'm not sure why, they want us to pull those screws out of the stepper, so let's do that. Is that just so you can do this more easily? I think that there we go. Yeah, let's see if I can get a better view of what I'm doing here. Pulling this and then sneaking that into its groove, or at least I'm trying to. I need to have more tension. Use the movement to tension the belt. Where are all my... There we go. Okay, so I'm going to use a little flathead screwdriver to finish pushing this belt in. And I'm going to work around. So that one's all the way in. This is somewhat tensioned, so I think I can push that in. And then I think I need to cut only about 2 teeth off this side. Push that in. And then just work my way through, pushing the belt into the groove. This is another area that could your print settings are going to be critical on this. If you're over extruding, you're going to have a hard time getting this belt in. It's potentially an area where ABS shrinkage can affect it. I think, Sanity, you were saying that's why you did the compensation on your Mini. But that didn't take a lot. That didn't take too much persuasion to get in there. And that's close. It's tight, but it'll get tensioned with that screw. That goes there. All of these come through here. I think we're looking good. I think I deserve a gummy. Let's see what they say about tensioning it now. Pushing all that through. I don't get some of that, so we're just gonna wing it. I'm gonna touch these off. But make sure they're all loose. And then we're gonna push. This is for pushing the stepper. This little screw that's back here pushes the stepper out of the way. I think that's really close. Hold on. I've got the whole thing a little too loose. So let's pull this. Now we can push against the stepper. And it should. I'm not really thrilled with their idea of driving a screw into the side of the stepper to set tension. That's feeling good. I'm comfortable with that. We can tweak it later if we need to. I'm going to tighten these. And we're good. What are we at? We're at almost 4 hours. Oh. So what I'm probably going to do, because I don't think I have, well, we got test prints and all that kind of stuff. We're going to go for a little while longer today because I want to get some more progress. Maybe get at least the whole wiring moved or in the direction of the control board. We'll see. I still want to go on a bike ride today. So I've got some time still. Doesn't get dark for another 5 hours, at least. But I know I'm not going to have enough time to do everything today, so it will be maybe another midweek stream to finish this off. All this is good. All that. This is talking about tensioning it, final tension. I'm calling it final tensioned. Got the little nylon wire support. It's only 10 in the EU. We're good. Locate the hole for the nylon filament just above the bottom bearing. Okay. Let's see how well that fits in there. Yeah, it fits in there. It's got a good friction fit. I was able to push it in. Push that in. Give it, try to adjust. Okay, we'll push that in. We got to get these parts ready. So we have one of these. Goes through there, and then have the back piece here. Oh, Steve, I should mention those open builds extrusion billets are no joke. Bought some after you showed them off and they tuck wires away much nicer. Speaking of, I got my box. After you guys said there were gray ones, the box isn't happy though. And I need to see if these are going to straighten out okay. I think they probably will, but I got 8 meters of it. 2 of black, 4 of black and 4 of gray. So this is how it comes. 1 meter lengths in a box like this. I haven't decided if I'm going to contact them about these bends or not. I think that they will just kind of form back into place once they're in an extrusion. So I don't think it's a problem. But we'll see. Yeah, it's USPS, and the bends in the box match the bends in the parts, which is interesting though, because I mean that box is this big square, and it had to have been really bent to bend the parts too. I think I'm gonna go there, and I'm gonna very gently squeeze that, and then just kind of push with my thumb on the wrench to make sure that's in there, and it's in pretty good. Okay, that's on there. We're gonna put this little piece together. I had a, this will work. Yeah, well, that someone wasn't happy with that box at all. Pull that nut in. And then this is gonna go like that, it looks like. Everything is square and lined up. And then everything above here goes through this hole. And these wires, all bent on the end, like to grab on everything. Let's go with these first. Fish each of these connectors through that hole. This is where some of the tweaks in like the bear setup are kind of nice, in that this back piece is a 2-piece, so you don't have to do stuff like this. Is that all of them? And then this. And all of these get pushed right into the, making sure they're in the groove. Okay, now I think we need a bunch of M3x10s, which I don't know how I ended up short on M3x10s. Now these are all these go through. Cables from the hot end are coming from the bottom, so we don't do that. And then we do 4 and 3x10s. And hopefully I didn't lose any of the square nuts or other nuts that are supposed to be in there. Cool. I think we can start wire managing this. This split loom stuff is really nice, especially the Prusa stuff. It's a cloth instead of plastic. I'm sure it has some sort of plastic in it, but this all the way through, and then I'll grab the hot end wires next. Bring these all the way to the end. All the way in. And just one more time. Just make sure we're right in the center. Yep, that all moves well. Smash this around, and then I don't know if these are long enough zip ties. Yeah, they are. Just holding this in place right now. Might even stay like this. It should be fine. Now we open up a spot. Right on the bottom and pull the hot end wires in. We can put these zip ties through here to the bottom. Kind of hold these in place. Now those are safe. All else fails, I'm sure Prusa would hire you to do the assemblies before shipping. I would be way too inefficient. Takes me way too long to do this to make it on a assembly line. Okay. So that is on there, and you put a little bit of a twist in this. Put a little bit of a twist in the cable. Then when it comes in, and right here, this tends to stay up and can bend out of the way, see, without pulling on the tool head too much. So that is done. I think we are good for the tool head wiring. Oh, I didn't miss that one. There we go. I want those flush so you don't catch yourself when you're... There we go. Awesome. Then this is going to do the same type thing. Bring that around, and then this will come in here. Actually, it's the opposite twist I think I want there. Yeah. Let's see if we can put this on. So that goes in there. And probably easiest to move the whole thing up out of the way. Hey, the weekend warrior. That should go right on there like that. I think we can just put that on, right? Just like that. Like that. And this is X, which is that the top one? I can't actually read it. We'll look it up. So this goes right in there. Can I just put that in right now? I think so. It's gonna be fun. I have to figure out how to do this so that you can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. There. Perfect. Oh, this is not going to be anywhere close to a streaming record for me. Probably going to start winding down here pretty soon. I've streamed for almost 10 hours before. The switch wire, this LDO switch wire kit build. I tried to do that in one stream and I was very wrong on my estimate. And it ended up taking a 9-hour and 45-minute stream and a 6.5-hour stream. We have all of this here that we have to manage inside, and all the other steppers and stuff to figure out. But I'm very pleased with the the routing of this cable. This one's going to go right in there and it'll be just fine. Just might as well get that in there. Joined the stream, went to work, back home, back to stream. The build's been going fine, aside from messing up that one part at the beginning. Yep, perfect. Perfect. Just about. What does Prusa say is next? We prepared the textile sleeve. I just kind of skipped over all this and just did it. Yep, I've got that going in that direction. I am not running it that way. Yep. Everything is up and out of the way. Everything is good. I did that. I tucked it into the sleeve. And oh, hey, I get a gummy bear. Oh, I haven't had one of these yet. I have had them, but the cherries. The E-axis is finished. We got the LCD on there. Yeah, we're probably going, we're wrapping up. We'll call it, I'm going to call it at about 3:30 or 2:30, which is about 10 minutes from now. Just kind of going through, what are we going to do next? What's it going to take? We did this. Put it on. Hey, I get another gummy. We did this, so I get another gummy. Charlie. Charlie. See if he'll come over here. His eyes are open. He's thinking about it. Heat bed and PSU, we did this. So black PSU, it's all done. Oh, gummy time. Okay. Now electronics assembly. Good night, Martin. That's what we can do. What are we doing? In 3x10s. We're still winding down, but I'm going to throw these hinges on here so I don't lose them. We've got two small hinges. 1, 2, and 3x10s. Which one goes on the top and which one goes on the bottom? Tall one goes on the top? Or the short one? Short one goes on the bottom. Okay. Does that go way down there? Yeah. sure that is straight. Oop. There we go. The other one goes on with the door. So we have a door, and we need a square nut. And that one is not going to want to stay put. So maybe I put a little super glue on this one, because the door is going to want to, I mean, as you open it, I don't want that nut to be lost. So let's just put a little bit of super glue on the outside of this. Maybe not even really enough to glue it in, just to keep it from falling out. Little activator. And if we're lucky, that'll stay in there. My record for the longest CAD session. I don't know. I mean, I've spent entire days really just pouring through a design or whatever. There. Now it'll stay in place. Just a little CA glue on there. I don't know what I would say my record for longest CAD session is. Never timed it. And it'll close. Cool. So let's go back. What are our next steps? We wrap the X-axis cable. They want you to put a zip tie there. I think we did a little better than that. I like this strain relief. This. We did not use the Raspberry Pi Zero for this. He has a Raspberry Pi with Octoprint set up to find a better case for it. He's got this horribly printed case from a place he bought the Pi kit. Be lucky that Fusion doesn't charge on spent hours in the program. Yeah, I'm still operating on a startup license, so I haven't seen any of the restrictions yet. Drayden, I highly recommend Fusion 360, only because that's probably the one that you will find the absolute most tutorials and other videos on. You will find stuff for other programs or whatever, but you won't find more variety than with Fusion 360. Of the free stuff. SolidWorks, their maker license, I'm not super familiar with, so I can't give a recommendation on it. But SolidWorks would be one that would have a lot of tutorials out there too. But I don't know how it differs, their maker license versus their regular license. We did all of this. And then I guess we're just, at this point, we are mounting stuff. So that's where we're gonna hit next week. I'll try to get a decent camera angle and maybe a light. So, and go through wire management will take a little bit of time. So, and it's undetermined if I'm gonna wait until next Sunday to do this or try to do it midweek. Depends on how much I try to get done this week. Hey, Joe from Brazil. I'm sorry. I hope that's somewhat close to how you pronounce your name. Yeah, and I'm not going to scroll down enough because I haven't earned gummy time for this page yet. So this we have a good amount of gummies left. I will save those. I don't want to jinx the rest of the build now that I have them. If I don't have them for the rest of the build, we're in trouble. Ooh, Rain Motorsports. Is that true that Maker files only open in Maker? So if you have a team and someone has a full license through work or whatever, and the rest of the people are using the Maker's license, they can't collaborate? Oh, I already gave my wife her share. That was the very first thing. I divvied out a selection and already gave it to her, so... I had to keep her from opening it the minute I opened the package. Excuse me. So. So we're close. Yeah, I'm thinking a case that goes here would be good, like you're saying there, Leverhines. I think something that screws to one of these up here is probably a good idea. He has one that screws to the front on the side. I'm gonna try this. I'll have to do some searching to find a case I like. But it's looking like a Prusa MK3. Just not anywhere near the color. Oh, let's throw this thing on here. Actually, I'm not going to throw this on here because when I'm moving this around, putting the wiring together, I don't want to have to balance it on this side. I'll balance it on this whole surface. So we'll leave that off for now. Let's end with about 3 minutes of I'm gonna wake up Charlie time. Oh, did you hear that? Just for you, Andrew. A little bit of Charlie time. Oh, he just made a little wake up. Why are you waking me up? A little half meow. Drayden, my friend chose the color. Other than that, the goal is to make a reliable working printer. We didn't really even talk about whether parts would be needed or upgrades or anything. This was just get it working and get it printing well. "3D scan Charlie." He'd probably, we could get him scanned while he's asleep. He curls up into this ball and then usually puts a paw over his nose. It's kind of cute, actually. And we're close. We're close to being able to take the film off the screen. I got permission from the owner. When we're done, we get to take the film off the screen. So make sure you're around for that. What else do we have? bar can provide a tool to convert data. Oh. Remember to post a picture with you in the kitchen with Charlie on you on Twitter. Okay. I'll find one that doesn't show my belly, because I'm laying here like this, and I mean, I'm not there to get a picture taken. I'm working on installing kitchen lighting. Charlie doesn't get any medicine, so he's done with medicine. He does get a lactated Ringer's injection in the scruff of the neck every other day, and that's because of his kidney disease. That's to ensure that he has enough fluids, and we do that ourselves. We do it as a family. My son's holding the bag up high, my wife pokes him, and I pet him. So he's doing good with it. It took us a long time to figure out how to go through that whole process without getting him. He didn't like it at first, but now he just sits there. He doesn't even feel it. It goes right in the scruff of the neck, right there. He gets 100 milliliters. He ends up like looking like a camel for about an hour afterwards. I use Fusion 360 enough. If they don't renew my startup license, I will probably buy it. Okay, everyone. I think we're going to call it. Thank you. I appreciate everybody that's here. Everybody donated. Thank you very much. Stay tuned. Keep an eye on my channel for whether I do the rest of this midweek or next weekend. This weekend, I had said I was going to. It was iffy if I was going to do this this weekend. What I was going to do this weekend has been postponed to at least next weekend. So it's possible next weekend might get interrupted, but we'll see. Same thing as this week. We'll see. So have a good rest of your days, evenings, mornings, and we will see you next time. Thank you.